Yo, hello. We are in fact playing everything today, Rabbit. The game that apparently changed the course of your life? Is that, an exaggeration, or are you being 100% legit with me right now? Congrats to your win. I'm expecting good things. Dimmy Doo, thank you for showing up. What's up? You're talking about the One Piece trading card game, which unfortunately I am incredibly far behind on. Like, I basically stopped really paying attention to the game since OPO5, but you talking about how things have gotten more expensive and blah blah blah. That's like one of the main reasons why I kind of stopped trying to keep up with it, just because like the supply for the game just does not meet the demand. This game belongs to... Alright, this looks like it might be a mouse and keyboard game, so... Not my actual name. Let's go with Highball. Only one C? Alright. WASD to move. Mouse to control. Okay. Are we like... a particle... Think with X. How far do I need to get? In the beginning. Am I controlling this? I don't know how much I am controlling it. I am getting closer to it though. Is this me? It's not like a total shift, but you started moving strongly in a certain direction toward games as a sublime art. I am now a bear. Even in my backwater Eastern European ass country with low average income, everything gets sold out while pre-ordered. I'm glad I have 2 decks to play with friends. Oh, okay. Hello. You are a bear. Thought info added under help. Press X. Hello. So no thoughts to open. Okay, I guess we'll head towards that. Yeah, like I was trying my hardest to collect the cards as the game was coming out. I was on top of it up until about OPO4, but there's like no scene in the town that I live in. So I was like, I don't really have anyone to play this game with, so I'm just basically collecting the cards. And is there a way to turn down the sensitivity or something? I feel like I'm moving around way too much. Hi, Highball Stick! You found me! Finally, you've been waiting for you for such a long time. Notice my thought had the blip icon? Look for others with it. We're here to show you what you're able to do and help you navigate everything. Good luck. Okay. Go over to the thought bubble that's over here. Monkey, bird. What doesn't hurt you can only prolong your inevitable death. Great, okay. Oh. It's so silly. I can do whatever I want. Except, how can I leave my forest without feeling like somebody will be mad at me? The tree can move. Alright. Can I do something with whatever this is? I guess not. Oh. I hope next spring is as sunny as this. If not, I'll be absolutely furious. That tree's gonna be pissed off? Horse. Everything sings. Singing is how all things communicate. Singing helps things find or avoid one another. It deepens bonds between some things and separates others. It's how things announce their existence. So, sing. Sing all day long. I want to hear what you sound like, and so does everything else. If other things hear you, they might sing back. To sing to others, press space. Or the middle mouse button. Oh, okay. Sure. To give you an idea, a Nami leader, blue-yellow, discard one card, gain 2k during your opponent's turn. Kobe leader, all sword characters giving rush and some protection to Navy character. I will not be buying the product though. Kobe's red-black. Right. I saw, out of curiosity, I was looking up the new Nami lists because the one that I'm playing is very out of date now. Like they no longer play the Impel Down package. So if I wanted to like update the deck, I would have to buy a bunch of new product, and I don't know if I should even bother or not. I'm not sure. It's okay to be alone, is it? I don't know. Yes, it's okay. Is it though? This rock seems very conflicted. Yeah. And another Luffy manga. I mean, it's Luffy, right? It's the One Piece card game. Of course they're gonna make Luffy mangas be the most common ones, right? The fact that Luffy wasn't the manga in the first set alone was surprising. Yeah! And I mean, like, I don't know, I'm never gonna open one. Sup, bears? They seemed really stoked when I was singing to them. Hey, how far back do you think black bears go? You might not always feel it, but you took trillions of generations of black bears getting mixed up all the way back to forever. It's incredible you made it through and finally arrived here. The other black bears around here are reflections of you from back then, each with their own dreams and their own lives to live. As you meet other black bears, you will sometimes feel inseparable from them, and find where you really start and end is up to you. Other black bears are nearby. Join them by pressing or holding V. Yo, bears! Oh, okay. I am now a herd of black bears. How can you tell what kind of bear is chasing you? If you climb a tree and it follows you to kill you, it's a black bear. If it pushes a tree over to kill you, it's a grizzly. Ah! A helpful tip. It's so silly. You're off on a great adventure. I wish I could join you. Maybe one day I'll be able. Maybe. There's a nearby what? They sit. The game is telling me there's another Blackbeard nearby, but I don't see it. Giddy up. There you are. Over time, you might find there's no right or wrong path to take here. As you explore, you might feel that parts of you need to go through their own direction, because you can't control everything at once. At least not yet. Try letting go of a few things. Release some black bears. That black bear is looking lonely. Okay, so you can have black bears join the herd, or you can release the bears from the herd. Some things will help you on your journey. Other things are just thinking about themselves and the situation they're in. You can trust all of them or none of them. It's up to you. Yee, this is sweet. You'll be playing this? Alright, alright. I'm looking for tutorial. Oh. Remember this place, and remember what you are. Keep in mind as you go beyond here. You might need to find a way back to it. Okay, sure. I've been with this role my whole life, though I sometimes dream of heading off on an adventure like you. Ooh, the music is kicking in. It's telling me to press X near an icon. Ah. What's up, wolves? How's it hanging? Everything is so green here, most of the time anyway, and I don't really mind. Well, that's good. Sunny afternoons make me feel alive, like I can do anything. Am I winning, son? I am a herd of black bears, so yes. How's it going, Gavin? Thank you for the 27 months. Absolutely incredible. Hey, what do you make of all the small things around here? All the plants and little creatures? Are they here for you, or are you here for them? It's hard to imagine that everything could be here for each other, because you can only see things from a black bear's perspective, just as I can only see things from a rock's perspective. But if you want to, you can always see things from a little thing's point of view. Try it. Descend. Hold down the right button and select something smaller, and then release to enter. I am now a monkey. I am now a chimpanzee. I can descend even lower. I am at a singular blade of grass. I must bond first. Hold left. I've bonded with the other grass. What's this game about? Everything, I think. I started controlling a black bear, and then controlling a herd of black bear, and then I moved to a chimpanzee, and now I'm controlling some grass. Hi, friend. It looks like you've seen things from a little thing's point of view. Now you might be wondering what it's like to see things from the other way around. To see things from bigger things' point of view. Out of all the points of view you find, which one is the right one? Oh. Okay. I can get smaller. Let's get smaller. Now we can ascend to grass. Opened insect. Everything is set to default. Huh. Okay. In order to do that, you first need to bond with things. How much of this grass can I bond with? Everything multiplies. Oh, I can move as the grass. I'm frankly terrified by being alive. I haven't been able to leave here for weeks. Something new? I'm a rock? I'm a pebble. Huh. I'm a dirt coin. Let's ascend. Ooh. Everything is set to default to enter mode. If you use a one-button mouse, you may prefer to set enter mode to under easy. Gotcha. I'm Wildberry. In order for join to work, you must be close to another Wildberry. I thought it was. Oh, I have returned to Monkey. Whoa. Get some boars, sure. I can become a tree. This is cool. Oh, you're an elm. What there is...
I find it a little difficult to say what the subject matter of this seminar is going to be, because it's too fundamental to give it a title. I'm going to talk about what there is. Now, the first thing, though, that we have to do is to get our perspectives with some background about the basic ideas which influence our everyday common sense, our fundamental notions about what life is about. Ideas of the world which are built into the very nature of the language we use, and of our ideas of logic and of what makes sense altogether. And these basic ideas I call myth, not using the word myth to mean simply something untrue, but to use the word myth in a more powerful sense. A myth is an image in terms of which we try to make sense of the world.
Huh. I'm a beach. Ascend higher. I'm an island? Whoa. You can sing as island. Descend below. Ooh. I'm a mammoth. I'm a Rauk. A layered rock. Moose? Oh, Megaloceros? I've gotten 4% of animals. Grace. A fine morning it is. A good time to kick back, remember how little time I have left on the planet. Yeah, sure. Pebble. A sharp pebble. Why is this pebble stuck? Snowpuff? How far? Oh. What am I? A snow particle. Am I a molecule? I'm fluoride. Life mostly involves going out and entangling yourself with others. But I want to know another way of getting mixed up. A very beautiful thing you can do, and that's dancing. To dance is to move in a pattern and not towards anywhere in particular. To make yourself the destination and to enjoy never quite arriving. Dancing always takes two, but the more the merrier. Everything dances a little differently, so try doing it with different things. Join two things. And then press B to dance. Or is that press 8 to dance? Oh. Huh. A new wood splinter is ready to be born? Oh. Nice sponge. Hellebore pollen. There it is. So by dance, you mean we fucking. Whoa. Oxyrhizis, a protozoa. Give birth to another one. You need to get smaller to get closer to something smaller than you. Can I assume I can go smaller than a protozoa. Whoa, so big. Hello, exist. Everything sings to itself. A world that peoples.
You, as a human being, you grow out of this physical universe in just exactly the same way that an apple grows off an apple tree. So let's say the tree which grows apples is a tree which apples, using apple as a verb. And a world in which human beings arrive is a world that peoples. And so the existence of people is symptomatic of the kind of universe we live in. Just as hair on a head is symptomatic of what's going on in the organism. But we have been brought up not to feel that we belong in the world. So our popular speech reflects it. We say, I came into this world. You didn't. You came out of it. We say, face facts. We talk about encounters with reality. As if it was a head-on meeting of completely alien agencies. And the average person has the sensation that he is a somewhat that exists inside a bag of skin. The center of consciousness, which looks out at this thing and what the hell's it going to do to me? I recognize you. You kind of look like me, and I've seen myself in a mirror, and you look like you might be people. So maybe you're intelligent, maybe you can love too. And perhaps you're all right. Some of you are anyway. You've got the right color of skin, or you have the right religion, or whatever it is, you're okay. But there are all those people over in Asia, Africa, and they may not really be people. When you want to destroy someone, you always define them as unpeople.
You can stay here for as long as you like. Don't listen to anything that says you can't. I love you. Oh? I would like to be you. Hello. This? Am I an aphid? Am I trapped in ice? I like your shapes. Seems symmetrical enough. Thanks. Not as symmetrical as a snowflake? The snow crystal. They are all unique. Now you are we. Wherever you are, there's your nature looking at you. Why me? Oh. Analogy. Nothing smaller than you to enter here. Yet. You think being a diatom is somehow impressive? Sorry. Wood splinter. Dirt particle. Oh? Oh? Do you not like me? I need to leave. Let's ascend. Ooh. Crystal cluster added to water. Hobbies? Can I not dance as a poppy? Oh, there we go. Frog? Oh, look at him go. Another idea altogether.
We have this hostility to the external world because of the superstition, the myth, the absolutely unfounded theory that you yourself exist only inside your skin. Now, I want to propose another idea altogether. Billions of years ago, you were a Big Bang. Now, you're a complicated human being. But so we define ourselves as being only that. If you think that you are only inside your skin, you define yourself.
Any snow chunks in chat? Damn fine question. I'm not
One very complicated little curlicue.
Autoplay.
Way out on the edge of that explosion. Way out in space.
Entering
and
mode back and forth. Sure.
Out in time. And then we cut ourselves off and don't feel that we're still the Big Bang. But you are. Depends how you define yourself. You are actually, if this is the way things started, if there was a Big Bang in the beginning, you're not something that is a result of the Big Bang. You're not something that is a sort of puppet on the end of the process. You are still the process. You are the Big Bang, the original force of the universe coming on as whoever you are. See, when I meet you, I see not just what you define yourself as, Mr. So-and-so, Miss So-and-so, Mrs. So-and-so. I see every one of you as the primordial energy of the universe coming on at me in this particular way. I know I'm that too. But we've learned to define ourselves as separate from it.
Nostril. Snowball. Thoughts are the friction between things and other things. Thoughts would never exist if everything thought it was the same thing. As you go around listening to things, their thoughts will make impressions on your mind. When you go out and experience life, you will have your own thoughts, and they will reflect the things you've listened to and absorbed. Give thinking a go, just try not to think too seriously. When the eye is lit up, by pressing X. Anyway, and remember where you go beyond here. You go beyond here, most of saying freezing my whole life, though I wish. I'm not very good at thinking yet, it looks like. Maybe it just takes some practice. Thinking. Write it down. Dance. We dance, 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 and we dance, dance, dance. Oh, so many trees. I need to wrap myself up until the sun passes. I can't think of anything else right now. My brain doesn't really work in this weather. I am a spruce. I am all of the spruces. We dance. Give birth to baby spruce. Oh, it's so small. New thing. I'm a stone pine. Add it to the trees. Oh, there's so many new things. There I am. Piece of grass. This guy's stunting. This guy's showing off. Oh. No such thing as things.
What I would call a kind of the basic problem we've got to go through first is to understand that there are no such things as things. That is to say, separate things. That is only a way of talking. If you can understand this, you're going to have no further problems. I once asked a group of high school children, what do you mean by a thing? And first of all, they gave me all sorts of synonyms. They said it's an object, which is simply another word for a thing. It doesn't tell you anything about what you mean by a thing. Finally, a very smart girl who was in the group said a thing is a noun. And she was quite right. A noun isn't a part of nature, it's a part of speech. There are no nouns in the physical world. There are no separate things in the physical world either. See, the physical world is wiggling. The clouds, mountains, trees, people are all wiggling. And only when human beings get working at things, they build buildings in straight lines and try and make out that the world isn't really wiggly.
Can we get a
But here are
wiggly?
we sitting in this room, all built on straight lines, but each one of us is as wiggly as all get out.
I'm fire. Behold! Is I fire? Oh? I am a cricket. Dandelion. Mouse. Let me be rat. And we're gonna make baby. Bam. Baby. Pillbug? Beetle? Spruce beetle. Love his music. Don't bother me, please. I have things to do. That's what you think. Now you're me. We're gonna clover all over the place. Can I think? Not yet. I sometimes want to just give up. I tried to find meaning here, doing what I like doing. Or at least what I felt I would... At least what I tell myself I like doing. But it never feels right. I always feel just stuck. Not going anywhere. I wish I knew how to whistle. All I can do is doo-doo-doo every time I try. Doo-doo-doo is all that comes out. Dang it. Dang it. Damn it. I'm not very mobile as the Rumex. I can't wait till the snow melts. I keep planning on what I'm gonna do. I hope I survive to see it. Ascend. Back to campfire. Penguins! Let me be penguin. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's the shit. You are penguin. The bird category has been opened. Make new penguin. Oh, there he is. Yo, penguins. And now... and this. Ladybugs. I am Death Angel. Now, I don't know a whole lot about mushrooms, but I'm going to make a guess that a Death Angel is probably poisonous. Oh. Is that an onion? A beet? A Spanish onion. Oh, those are supposedly pretty sweet, right? Strawberry? Long before strawberry plants were around, far back through time, all plants were the same thing. And something that spread into every plant everywhere. A something all plants still share here and now. You may find you aren't just strawberry plant, but every plant in existence. An expression of this great pattern known as plants. Everything secretly knows this, and you know it too. Join with someone in the same category. Oh, you are moss. This makes it much easier to collect everything of a certain category, huh? I can think? No, not yet. Getting hold of the Wiggly World.
Now then,
Wiggling.
when you want to get control of something that wiggles, it's pretty difficult, isn't it? You try and pick up a fish in your hands, and the fish is wiggly and it slips out. What do you do to get hold of the fish? You use a net. And so the net is the basic thing we have for getting hold of the wiggly world. A net is something regular. And I can number the holes in a net. So many holes up, so many holes across. And if I can number these holes, I can count exactly where each wiggle is in terms of a hole in that net. But in order to do that, I've got to break up the wiggle into bits. And I've got to call this a specific bit, and this the next bit of the wiggle, and this the next bit, and this the next bit of the wiggle. And so these bits are things which I mark out in order to talk about the wiggle, in order to measure it, and therefore in order to control it. But in nature, in fact, in the physical world, the wiggle isn't bitted. So the world doesn't come thing. You and I are all as much continuous with the physical universe as a wave is continuous with the ocean. The ocean waves, and the universe peoples. And as the wave, I wave at you and say, you. The world is waving at me with you. And saying, hi, I'm here. But the way we feel and sense our existence, being based on a myth that we are made, that we are parts, that we are things, our consciousness has been influenced so that each one of us does not feel that. We feel we have been hypnotized, literally hypnotized, by social convention
for a face.
into feeling and sensing that we exist only inside our skins. That we are not the original bang, but just something out on the end of it.
Milady.
And therefore we are scared stiff. Gosh, my wave is going to disappear. And I'm going to die. And that would be awful.
I'm doing what it's doing. I'm doing what I'm doing. A Ascend back to Acorn. No, we're not descending. Become Death Angel. Ooh, I can just become the strawberry, right? Mmm, juicy. Cricket. I've already been a cricket, I believe. Okay. Gigantic penguin in the distance. I see him. Penguin Colossi. No. I need to ascend. There we go. Now I am Penguin. Can we join with other animal? How do I choose my category again? Because I assume I'll be able to join all animals together, right? To be honest, I've seen much bigger penguins around, and they weren't so full of themselves. Well, sorry. Ah, there we go. We have collected the other animals that are around my... We got the wolves, great. A theory worth betting on.
You are a fluke. You are a separate event. And you run from the maternity ward to the crematorium, and that's it. Now, why does anybody think that way? There's no reason to, because it isn't even scientific. It's just a myth. And it's invented by people who wanted to feel a certain way. They want to play a certain game. Camus said there is only really one serious philosophical question, which is whether or not to commit suicide. Should you or not commit suicide? This is a good question. Why go on? And you only go on if the game is worth the candle. Now, the universe has been going on for an incredible long time. And so, really, a satisfactory theory of the universe has to be one that's worth betting on. That's it seems to me, absolutely elementary common sense. If you make a theory of the universe which isn't worth betting on, why bother? Just commit suicide. But if you want to go on playing the game, you've got to have an optimal theory for playing the game.
The horde. I am goats. I am polar bear. Very dark night. It was a younger woolly mammoth and waits till the next round of themselves. I'm a seal! Allow me to sing you the song of my people. How did I do? So good. As you experience all of the universe's things, each thing also experiences you. Things leave their mark on you as you leave your marks on things, and somewhere inside you is an impression of everything that you've ever been. A great memory of things you can revisit any time, and feel what it's like to be them again. You're always free to transform yourself into anything. Press E to bring up the transform menu. I would like to be a crustacean. Oh, we're huge. Oh, that's this. Oh, that's terrifying. I'd like to not be those anymore, please. Let's be a tree, why don't we? Look, I don't need spruces coming along and trying to figure me out. I know I'm perfect. Yeah, well. Doesn't hurt. I live by one simple rule. The less tree-like you are, the less likely I am to beat you up. Whoa. Whoa. The aggro tree has been discovered. You guys aren't going to join? You're too small? Symptomatic of the scheme of things.
If there is any such thing at all as intelligence and love and beauty, well, you found it in other people. In other words, it exists in us as human beings.
Oh.
And as I said, if it is there in us, it is symptomatic of the scheme of things. We are as symptomatic of the scheme of things as the apples are symptomatic of the apple tree or the rose of the rose bush. The earth is not a big rock infested with living organisms, any more than your skeleton is bones infested with cells. The earth is geological, yes, but this geological entity grows people. And our existence on the earth is a symptom of the solar system and its balances, as much as the solar system in turn is a symptom of our galaxy. And our galaxy in its turn is a symptom of the whole company of galaxies. Goodness only knows what that's in.
Hello, son. I cannot control what happens to me. I can only control how I feel about it. You are the sun. ringed rock planet. Alright, I'm on a different planet. But apparently the ringed rock planet is a snow planet. With palm trees on it? I'm a pom-pom pine. Wait, do we have, like, alien species that we can gain control? Burned tree. Redwood. A birch. Everything I know and everyone I love will eventually be lost forever. Except me. I'll keep going on. Well, you know. Good to keep a positive attitude. And now I am a... deer? A Rocky Mountain elk and a marmoset? Sheep? Lions, sure. This planet's wild. You may not be a rock, but you look close enough for me to be able to fall in love with you. Oh, really? You're not just joshing with me? I'm really not sure if I'm supposed to be here. Nobody told me I could be here, but nobody told me I couldn't either. Today, so beautiful, I want to sing. There he goes. Oh, wow. That was very good. I'd like to be this rock, please. Ooh. Attract all the rocks. Do a dance for me, rocks. The huge rock, he's trying his best. I never got the goat. Mountain goat? Big horn. Let's face it, the world can't handle my positive outlook. You're so right. Let's descend. Oh, good. I am Bug. Snail. Oh, hell yeah, look at us go! Snails count as animals, not as insects. I guess this brings into question, are snails insects? Like from a social understanding, yeah, probably, but probably from a biological standpoint, I imagine they're considered like a invertebrates instead, right? I was bored yesterday for half a second and I felt greater after it. I would love to be bored at the same time. Only a few things get to be bored. Oh, I'm a little caterpillar. And an ant. Oh? What do you gotta teach me? Gastropod mollusks. Oh, so they're like related to mussels and clams? Interesting. Hi, Habostic. I was wondering where you'd got to. By now, you've been able to see a lot here, but not everything. When you first arrived here, there was a golden object in front of you. Do you remember it? It might feel distant now, but it's still there. This is a gate, made by those who weren't able to see how you see. Many things entered it, but they weren't able to come back out, so we kept it locked. I'm gonna open it for you, but it's up to you if you want to enter. Good luck, and take care. You can now descend into the Golden Gate? Okay, well, I'll do that after I mess around with being a leaf. Oh my god. Hell yeah, dude. We're gonna give birth to a baby leaf. There it is. There's nothing larger? What do you mean? Just let me ascend. There we go. One system of behavior.
When, as a scientist, you describe the behavior of a living organism, you try to say what a person does. It's the only way in which you can describe what a person is. Describe what they do. Then you find out that in making this description, you cannot confine yourself to what happens inside the skin. In other words, you can't talk about a person walking unless you start describing the floor. Because when I walk, I don't just dangle my legs in empty space. I move in relationship to a room. And so in order to describe what I'm doing when I'm walking, I have to describe the room. I have to describe the territory. So in describing my talking at the moment, I can't describe this just as a thing in itself, because I'm talking to you. And so what I'm doing at the moment is not completely described unless your being here is described also. So if that is necessary, if in other words, in order to describe my behavior, I have to describe your behavior and the behavior of the environment, it means that we've really got one system of behavior. That what I am involves what you are. I don't know who I am unless I know who you are. And you don't know who you are unless you know who I am. In other words, we're not separate. We define each other. We're all backs and fronts to each other. We and our environment, and all of us and each other, are interdependent systems. We know who we are in terms of other people. We all lock together. And this is, again and again, the serious scientific description of how things happen. And any good scientist knows that what you call the external world is as much you as your own body.
Horse. I thought this was the planet with the golden gates, but I am mistaken. Hey, how long have I been here? I just woke up and suddenly it's night and an odd-looking black horse arrives at my face. I don't remember anything that happened before now. Explain it to me. No. No, I don't think I will. Bam. I am a stone block. And I am now a Dolan. I don't have a problem with monoliths. I just prefer being away from them. Sorry. It sounds like you have a problem with them. Oh. Okay. I don't like the look of this grass. It just got swallowed me. It's just gonna swallow me up. Seems like racism happens regardless of species. Here comes the dark. I shouldn't complain. We'll pass soon enough. This looks like a decent place to raise my kids. I just need to find another wooden signpost that'll put up with me for a while. And I'm an absolute nightmare of a wooden signpost. Well, at least they're self-aware. Oh. Bam. Small wooden fence acquired. A whirlpool of water.
Your skin doesn't separate you from the world. It's a bridge through which the external world flows into you, and you flow into it. Just, for example, as a whirlpool in water, you could say because you have a skin, you have a definite shape, you have a definite form. The whirlpool is a definite form, but no water stays put in it. The whirlpool is something the stream is doing. And exactly the same way, the whole universe is doing each one of us. And I see you today, and I recognize you tomorrow, just as I would recognize a whirlpool in a stream. I'd say, oh yes, I've seen that whirlpool before. It's just near so-and-so's house on the edge of the river. It's always there. So in the same way, when I meet you tomorrow, I recognize you. You're the same whirlpool you were yesterday. But you're moving. The whole world is moving through you. All the cosmic rays, all the food you're eating, the stream of steaks and milk and eggs and everything is just flowing right through you. When you're wiggling the same way, the world is wiggling, the stream is wiggling you. But the problem is, you see, we haven't been taught to feel that way. The myths underlying our culture and underlying our common sense have not taught us to feel identical with the universe, but only parts of it, only in it, only confronting it, aliens. And we are, I think, quite urgently in need of coming to feel that we are the eternal universe, each one of us. Otherwise, we're going to go out of our heads. We're going to commit suicide, collectively, courtesy of H-bombs. And, all right, supposing we do, well, that will be that, and it'll be life making experiments on other galaxies. Maybe they'll find a better game.
Oh, gecko. I'm adorable. fancy. Lilies. Is that a peach? Nettle. Is this all I will ever be? I thought I'd be a little taller and have at least a novel or two out by now. Life sucks. Damn, dude. Ooh. The fruit's very squishy. This is the most beautiful night I've ever seen. I don't know how even to begin to describe it. Onion. Delicious white onion. These are new mushrooms. Those are chestnuts. Oh. Which can add it to tree. Okay. I see. So nuts, leaves, twigs, all get categorized under tree. I need to think up a name for myself. I think Highball Stick for a while. I tried Highball Stick for a while, but it didn't give off the right vibe. It was so bad, it stunk the whole world up. Excuse you? Pardon you?
I wonder if it's ever struck you how curious a thing it is that most of the things that we experience, we regard as things that happen to us, which we ourselves do not originate, which are events expressing some sort of power or activity that is external to ourselves. And if you consider that, you realize that what you mean by yourself is rather narrowly circumscribed. Even events that go on in our own bodies are put in the category of things that happen to us in the same way as things that go on in the world outside our skins. If there's a thunderstorm or an earthquake, well, it happens to you. You're not responsible for it. But so in the same way, when you have hiccups, you didn't plan on it. If you have belly rumbles, you had no intention of doing it. And as to the catastrophic act of getting born, well, you had nothing to do with that. And you can spend all your life blaming your parents for putting you in the situation in which you find yourself. And this way of looking at the world in this sort of passive mood as something that happens to you goes right down to our general feeling about life. It goes down to the way in which we have been accustomed to look at human existence as a precarious event in a cosmos that, on the whole, is depicted as being completely unsympathetic and alien to our existence.
We are playing everything, Eminem. It's kind of a hard game to describe. You kind of just go around experiencing things. It's very much an art game. But so far, the amount of stuff that's inside of it is very impressive. I am hair. Hear me roar. Can you be a platypus? I haven't come across them yet, but I'd be surprised if you couldn't. I literally just was... I'm skin cells right now, so... You know. Oh, never mind. I'm a mitochondrion. It's a fungus. Oh no. Cone shaped is bad. Oh yeah? Biology was the science that I didn't take. My DNA right now? I am in fact DNA and sodium. You failed biology every year of high school? We had to take... The way it worked in the Canadian curriculum is that we had to take science up to grade 11. You had to get a certain number of credits in science up to that point. I took physics and chemistry, and I took it all the way up to grade 12. The only ones that were like mandatory for grade 12 credits were like English, social studies, and because I went to a Catholic high school, religion. And I was of the mindset of, why is this the stuff that you need to take to grade 12, but the things like science and math were not? Oh. You are a tetracloud. Now you are very small, yeah. Oh. On, off, on, off, on, off, on, off. Very irresponsible. I may have gone a little too deep. Am I a quasar? A feedback sphere. Opened one dimension. Jesus. A metaphor for a metaphor. Oh? Everything is the same all the way down. I'm a superstar cluster. Ah, I see how it is. So if you go small enough, it eventually loops back around. Quasars are the biggest thing in the universe. Ah, my mistake. What am I thinking of? Isn't there, like, something that's below atom level that also starts with like a Q. A quark, that's what I'm thinking of, thank you. Well, I'm a galaxy, it looks like. Under deconstruction. Can we dance, though? Your frame rate is still very low. To prevent constant disasters, you can disable them in settings. Whoa. Oh yeah, my frame rate is definitely chugging. There we go. Never seen that happen. That was neat. I think that was the game being like, you're having some performance issues, buddy. You're a ringed ice planet. The black hole itself isn't bright, but the assertion disk creates an incredible brightness. That's like matter being destroyed as it gets like spaghettified. That's my understanding of it. The centerpiece of a galaxy, an incredibly massive and bright black hole. Oh, can I become the Aurora Borealis? I know it's not the Aurora Borealis, it's just an aurora, but still. It can be clouds. Cannot become the Aurora. That's upsetting. I was hoping. Oh, I'm in. Sperm whale, blue whale. Orcas. It's basically all the dust and gas orbiting around the black hole, orbiting around anything really, right? So it's caught in the black hole's orbit. But isn't my understanding of black holes is that, like, since the gravity is so dense, it literally, like, distorts the passage of time? Like, for those that are... If you were hypothetically to be caught in that disk that you're describing, you would basically, like, experience time slow down to a crawl. This is all destined to fall into nothing at the bottom of the ocean. It accelerates and creates an enormous amount of heat and friction. Right. So that's like the red ring that you see surrounding black holes. You experience time the same way, but everything outside the black hole would appear to be advancing very fast. Right. And an outlooker looking into the black hole would see you basically slow down to nothing. That's what I was trying to describe. Okay, 2% final offer. I'm ready to die. It's a relativity thing. It was something that I remember. It was like something Stephen Hawking's talked about. It was like a documentary I watched that was like talking about the theory of like time travel or how it would be possible, and they brought up that point of view. You wouldn't notice anything differently beyond the event horizon of an enormous black hole, but as you grew closer, time would dilate. Seaweed. Of course, as you grew closer to black hole, you would die. Yeah. The Errol Mortis film on Stephen Hawking's maybe, terrific movie. And that might have been it. It was just like something that was on TV one day, and I ended up just sitting down and watching it. Yo, it's Subnautica. No, if it was Subnautica, we wouldn't be playing it anymore, Bob. Brungo, come on. How's it going? We're doing a little bit of everything right now. Do I want to go back to Earth? Yeah, okay. It's going good? Hell yeah. Omega Space? This is an Outer Wilds reference, yes. You're correct. Ho ho! A school of fish! Salmon, specifically. Is this cool? This game is cool. Can you be a penguin? I have already been a penguin, yes. And now, bam. Rock continent. Grabbing all the condens, baby. You're right, I could become a penguin right now. In fact, I will become a penguin right now. Oh, right. Bird is different than animal. Bam. Giant pengy. Newt newt. What's this? Ah, I'm a lighthouse. Oh, the penguins stick around, huh? Look at them go. Lovely. Spectacular. Oh, I am a house. Sorry, a medieval cottage.
If you're reared with a 20th century, or shall
Emperor
we say an
penguin, that
early
would make
20th
sense,
century
yeah.
common sense, which is based on the philosophy of
Man,
science
now,
of the 19th
now
century.
a witness reference?
You
This game's
regard
got
yourself
everything.
as an accident, biological accident, in a stupid universe, which is mechanical, but has no feelings. A vast, pointless gyration of radioactive rocks and gas in which you happen to occur. Of course, if you don't have that point of view and you are more traditional, you look upon yourself as a child of God. and therefore under authority. In other words, there's a big boss on top of all this. And you better watch your P's and Q's, because that Almighty is looking after you, with the attitude of this is going to hurt me more than it's going to hurt you. And when you look at the world in that image, or in the other image that it's a stupid mechanism, either point of view you take, you don't really belong. You're not really part of all this. Or to put it in the strongest possible way, it is quite alien to our thought that the external world, which is defined as something that happens to you, and your body itself is something that you got caught up with, it is quite alien to consider all that as you yourself. Because you see, we have such a myopic view of what oneself is.
Yeah, we got Witness references. It's Bennett Foddy, so that makes it also a Stanley Parable-like. As it turns out, if your game is called Everything, it has a little bit of everything inside of it. Ostrich. Look at it go! Holy shit, it's fast. Where are the other animals? Oh. Fine cow. David O'Reilly's films. Oh. The External World. I can't get out of the water. He said the title of that film. He said that thing. Have I a favorite penguin? Have you ever seen the movie Pebble and the Penguin? There's a penguin voiced by Vincent Price in that movie, and I think that might be my favorite penguin. If you're a big penguin person, well, I don't know if I would recommend it. It's a Don Bluth film, but it's definitely not one of his strongest. Alright, we dance. You've been playtesting a puzzle game that has penguins? Is this for that game jam that you were judging? The woman penguin looks very human. Yeah, sure does. It was the 90s. And also Don Bluth. Oh, guys. It's an eggplant. Our chin strap penguins. Oh, I see. I'm eggplant. Gento Rescue is the name. Okay, okay. Is that corn? Are those leeks? Oh my god, Miku reference? And we got corn into the food category. The eggplant can join too. Why not?
Now, we come here to an extremely important principle, which is the different points of view you get when you change your level of magnification. That is to say, you can look at something with a microscope and see it a certain way. You can look at it with the naked eye and see it in a certain way. You look at it with a telescope and you see it in another way. Now, which level of magnification is the correct one? Well, obviously, they're all correct. They're just different points of view. When we examine our bloodstreams under a microscope, we see there's one hell of a fight going on. All sorts of microorganisms are chewing each other up. And if we got overly fascinated with our view of our own bloodstreams in the microscope, we should start taking sides, which would be fatal, because the health of our organism depends on the continuance of this battle. What is, in other words, conflict at one level of magnification is harmony at a higher level. Now, could it possibly be, therefore, that we, with all our problems, conflicts, neuroses, sicknesses, political outrages, wars, tortures, and everything that goes on in human life, are a state of conflict, which can be seen in a larger perspective as a situation of harmony?
You like Emperor and African and Adele and Macaroni and Rockhopper and Royal and King and Emperor and Humboldt and Erect Crested and Yellow-Eyed and Blue Fairy and Magellanic and Floridian and Galapagos penguins. Bro be yapping. He do be doing some yapping. Oh, and Gentoo too. Good that was a list of very good penguins. Thank you, Eminem. You've done a service for us all today. I see a frog. Oh. I wanted the frog. Get smaller. It's awful. I hate it. Us. Why are those sunflower seeds? Oh, they can't know. That's way too small. It is, in fact, a sunflower seed. Oh, look at that. We have a bunch of bacteria. We could go smaller again, probably. What am I? I'm a piece of plastic. Great. Woo! An algae. This looks like a spore of some kind. Morning Glory pollen.
And you could say, aha, at last I see, I got the point. I've seen how all this makes sense. But what this insight depended upon was your overcoming the illusion that space separates things. That is to say, the space, the interval between your body and mine. The interval created by birth at one end and death at the other. And then after somebody's death, then somebody else's birth. These are events with intervals between them. And normally we regard these intervals in time and these intervals in space as having no importance no function. We tend to see the universe itself as really consisting in all the stars and galaxies. That's what it is. That's what we notice. But the space in which all this happens is sort of written off as something that isn't really there. But what one has to realize is that the space is an essential function of the things in the space. After all, you can't have separate stars unless there is a space around. Eliminate the space and you will see you couldn't have this phenomenon at all. And vice versa. You couldn't have the space. They wouldn't be there in any sense whatsoever if there weren't the bodies in it. So the bodies in the space and the space are two aspects of a single continuum. They're related together in exactly the same way as a back and a front. And you just don't get one without the other.
You just don't. You simply do not get one without the other. Come to me, thought bubble. Leave me alone. I'm chasing myself. Alright. Can I go smaller? I can. Haha. There I am. I am oxygen. I feel like if I... Are we atoms? We are. Alright, we're going microscopic again. We're in the third... We got a spherical structure. Are we becoming strings? Yes, it kind of feels like that, don't it? Part of a part of a part of a part of a part. Ooh. Do we descend? Ho ho. Sick. Mirror, I'm a Higgs boson. Higgs boson particle. We're going deeper. And now we're back to nebula sized or a cluster. You see, it all loops on itself. Frame rate is still very low. My computer doesn't like this section of the game, apparently. He's gone to one place that capitalism cannot follow him. Spies! Thank you, Zavis. They'll never find us out here. I'm a diffuse nebula. Neat. Ooh. Elliptical galaxy. We're going inside. Whoop. Wait, I don't look good. I'm having a blast. This game's making assumptions. Space is connective.
So the moment you see that intervals, that space is connective, you can understand at once how you are not just to be exclusively defined as a flash of consciousness that occurs between two eternal darknesses. That you consider that in the darkness that comes before your birth, there was no you, and in the eternal darkness that follows your death, there is likewise no you. And I'm going to discuss these matters not by appealing to any special spooky knowledge, as if I had been traveling on the higher planes and knew all my previous incarnations and therefore could tell you authoritatively that you are much more than this individuality. I'm going to do it on a basis of complete common sense, that everybody has access to the facts.
All these alien trees that I'm discovering. You! Me? Yo, they're talking to me! Holy. I am planning something very intense that will probably never happen. Well, the good thing is that you're planning. What's just hanging out there? There's just red things hanging out in the sky, okay. And now I'm a Venisum. Oh. These are unusual trees. Some would say that they are alien. Oh, there we go. Bam. I am a bird? This is a bird? I disagree. Well, you see, it's alien. I don't care. Weird ass bird. This is a strange bird. Does my happiness matter if there are no other Lolomas to know about it? Oh. I'm so sorry, dude. There it is. A Loloma. Join me. Ah, I got a blobe. Something weird. This is in crosscode. Bacteriophage. It's just a really big bacteria. That's what happened on this planet, I guess, yeah? Listen, who am I to judge? Typical.
Life is
That's why we don't go to this planet.
Of immense complexity. And what you call yourself as a living organism, say, I am my whole body at the very least, Now, what is that body? That body is recognizable, and I recognize my friends when I meet them again, and you recognize me. Although the last time any of you saw me, I was absolutely something entirely different from what I am now. Just as the flame of a candle is never a constant. The flame of a candle is a stream of hot gas. Only you say the flame of the candle as if it were a constant. Well, it is a recognizably constant pattern. But in exactly the same way, we are all constant patterns. And that's all we are. The only thing constant about us at all is the doing rather than the being. It's the way we behave, the way we dance. Only there's no we that dances. There's just the dancing. There is no thing that whirlpools. There is the whirlpool. And in the same way, each one of us is in a very, very delightfully complex undulation of the energy of the whole universe.
Birds. No, these are other. They're not birds. These are others. Wait. We can go smaller from here. Alien bacteria. Though they still got tardigrades here. Constants, even on alien planets, these little ugly, ugly creatures. God. The magical building blocks of the whack birds. Ugh. Ugh. Bam. Do a little dance. This place is silly. It's a little silly. And now, we're another atom. We're silicon. Alright, we're back, baby. Now am I a light particle? A photon. Ah. Are you ready for the game to start yelling at me again? I just want this. Oh, an audio log. Thank you, Zeldy. How's it going? A game of hide and seek.
Because life is basically a game of hide and seek. Because life is pulsation. On and off. Here it is, and now it isn't. And by being this pulsation, we know it's there. Now, from those very tiny fast rhythms, which give us the impression of continuity, there are also in this universe immensely slow rhythms. And these are very difficult for us to keep track of. And they impress us and depress us as our own life and death, as our coming and going, which goes for what is to us such a slow pace that we can't possibly believe that it is really a rhythm. We think of it as our birth, as something quite unique that could never occur again because we're so close to it, you see, and it's moving so slowly.
You're still sick? No, I'm sorry. I hope you feel better. You haven't used transform. We should transform. No, it's fine. Don't worry. Stop saying sorry. It's fine. We're gonna become music. What? Oh, yeah. We're just gonna have a bunch of drums. Galactic-sized drums. To never be discontinued. Oh, something unknown. Nope, that's not what I wanted. We're going back to the sun. And then, haha. What's this planet? A rock planet. What's on the rock planet? Rocks. Bro, who would have guessed? The Bismarck Palm, of course. What do we got? More. There we go.
The process of growth. The basic process of biology is one in which lower orders are always being superseded by higher orders. But the lower order can never figure out, or only very rarely figure out, what the higher order is that's taking over. And may see it as a terrible threat, as total disaster, as the very end. But can never be aware that the principle of growth always has and always will continue. Because that's what's going on. But you never know what the next step is going to be. Because if you did know, you wouldn't take it. Because it would already be past. Do you understand this? That any certainly known future is an event of which we can say, you've had it. And in that sense, it's past. When we play a game, the outcome of the game becomes certain. We at that point cancel the game and begin a new one. Because the whole zest of the thing, which takes me back to the idea that this whole thing is a hide-and-seek game, is that you don't know what the next order coming up is.
The herd is growing. This is a nice moment. This one right here. Right now. We should become plants. Or planets? Nah. Seems a little crazy. Let's become the, this. We've brought alien plant life to this world. They're all like, wah! Apparently none of the plants want to join the plant field. Stone carved. Oh. I'm a hut. A beehive hut. Stone wall. Yeah. Oh. What is this? A rock? A white rock? Holy. In 50 years, I see myself in a pile of dirt somewhere around here. Wow. Strange continent. I don't think I've seen this. A scanning system based on other dangers.
We have this rather myopic way of looking at things. And we screen out from attention anything that is not immediately important to a scanning system based on sensing danger. But quite obviously, you as a complete individual are much more than the scanning system. You are in relationships with the external world that on the whole are incredibly harmonious. The energies of life in the form of temperature, light, air, and food, and so on, are streaming through you all at this moment in the most magnificently harmonious way. When anything is constant, it says, okay, that's safe, it's in the bag, needn't pay attention to that anymore. And therefore, we eliminate systematically from our awareness all the gorgeous things that are going on all the time, and instead only become focused on the things, the troublesome things that might happen to upset it. Which is all right, but we make too much of it. We make so much of it that we identify our very selves, I, ego, with the radar, with the troubleshooter. And that's only a tiny fragment of one's total being.
I am dead after all. This is one of the warmest waters I've ever lived through. Something's up. Alright, I think we can try and move on. Okay, so it's the only continent on this planet. Green planet, aka Yarth. Boat! This planet is more advanced. Oh. A more fish. A shoal of sea bass. A shoal. What differentiates a school of fish from a shoal of fish? Oh. This planet is far more technologically advanced than one of the other ones. Also, look at all these dick clouds. Ah, cumulonimbus or something? Cumulus, yep. Cumulo Dirk. Fucking goblin, dude. Holy shit. Give careful attention to what others say. And rather than juggle, try to enter into their mind and see the reasons behind their thoughts. You're all part of the same idea. We're a flock of birds? Never happen. Perhaps just you, your friends, and see the same idea. So true. You like the flock of birds? It is quite charming. Something smaller than a flock of birds here, apparently. There's the city continent? Oh... Are we about to find a bunch of cool things? Well, after we be seaweed for a bit. Seagrass. I don't want to be the ice continent. I want to be the city continent. Hey, look at this. We found technology. Alright, are you guys ready for the mating ritual of the vehicles? Oh, there they go. What are they going to give birth to? There it is! It's like a Mini Cooper or something. Ah, no, it's a baby bus. That's really funny. An event upon which the whole cosmos depends.
You very soon realize that your existence is not something that is just the hopeless little creature that's suddenly confronted with a great big external world that goes gah at him, you know, and eats him up. Every tiniest little thing that comes into being, every minute little fruit fly or gnat or bacterium, I will go so far as to say is an event upon which this whole cosmos depends. This thing goes both ways. It's not only that every little organism which exists depends on its total environment, the reverse is also true, that the total environment depends on each and every one of those little organisms. So that you could say this universe consists of an arrangement of pattern in which every event is essential to the whole thing. Now, we screen that idea out of our consciousness in exactly the same way that we screen out the perception of space as an important reality. Just as we pay attention to the figure and ignore the background, so we see one way of looking at things, mainly that the organism is very frail against the environment. It lasts a long time, the environment, but the organism only lasts a short time. What do you mean the environment lasts a long time? What does the environment consist of? Just a lot of little things. When you get far enough away from all the organisms and the little bits of things, you see the environment in another scale of magnification. But actually, the whole thing is arranged in a polar system where the enormous depends on the tiny and the tiny depends on the enormous. And you get a relationship between these extremes, which can be called a transaction. They always go together. So in this way, we are always, as it were, overemphasizing a certain aspect of our experience.
Don't be fooled, the world never advances. It recedes as fast as one side as it gains on the other. For all that is given, something is taken. New thoughts arrive and old instincts die. Oh. Okay, what can we get? Garbage. Playing blocks. Yeah, garbage. Is that a cookie? Gum! Nice. Then we can eat some pizza. Or Spam. This game truly has it all. A good VHS doesn't go looking for problems in others, but just keeping heading on towards their goal. Is that an anthill? Nope, it's shit. You are turd. Great. Now it can be a fly. Ugh. Ugh. I hate being a fly. I don't want to be a fly anymore. Alright, we're going smaller. Aha. It's got hair on it. Dust particle. Gotcha. No! that's new. A Trypanosoma brucae? Maybe? Wow, I am... More hair? I am hair. Well, am I a mite? I'm a louse. Every point may be regarded as the center.
We say now, what is important about people is their unique individuality. And we have been given an immense psychic investment in our own individuality by our upbringing. What are you going to amount to? What are you going to contribute to human life? What's your particular destiny going to be? It's a fine idea. But the thing we don't understand is that it won't work, this great idea, without being balanced with its opposite. Just as you can't have the back without the front. So you cannot have the values of a unique personality unless at the same time everybody recognizes that there is another level at which we are not unique at all, but that I am you and you are I. See, every one of you feels that you're the center of the universe and that everything else is happening around you in a circle. You can turn around and you can see sort of equally far in all directions, especially if you're in a ship in the middle of the ocean. So you're in the middle. And it's true from the standpoint of astronomy. We live in a curved space-time continuum. That is to say, in a universe at which every point may be regarded as the center. Consider a sphere. Here's a ball. What point on this ball is the center of its surface? You can see at once that any point can be the center of its surface. So legitimately, all points in the universe are the center.
All points at the center. I think, oh yeah, I can make things dance. Oh, new things. Or E. coli. New atom? Who dis? Haha. Chlorine. Alright, we're going inside the chlorine. I'm a cube, Cloud. Yo. A cone. This abstract dimension is so cool. Oh. There I am. I am sphere. Electron. Oh. I'm a graviton. Back to galaxies. A supernova? World destroyed by apologizing too much. There it goes. You're a planetary system. Okay. I will go inside of the planetary system. I am a star once more. It's always you.
We are all like the nerve ends on your own skin. See, at every point on your skin, there's a little nerve end going beep and getting information from the outside world. Another and another and another, all over. And they all constitute your total sensitivity. So in the same way, when all these people sitting around here, with their little eyes and little ears and things, they're going beep, and they're all really one common center called I, which is looking at itself from ever so many different points of view. Only, we are so close to it, and we are so absorbed in the different ways each one of them is doing, that we neglect the community underneath. But we don't realize, you see, that just as we know how to do this, we know equally well how to turn the sun into light, how to blue the sky, how to blow the wind, how to wave the ocean, how to digest food, and I might add, to be digested and transformed, but the pattern keeps going, and it's always you. Only you see, you have this marvelous capacity to transform yourself without knowing that you're doing it. Therefore, you keep surprising yourself, and therefore you keep on doing it. Because if you didn't surprise yourself, you wouldn't go on doing it. It's just the very fact, you see, that you seem to be the victims of a thing you don't understand, and that you seem to conclude your life every time in a wipeout called death, where all your control goes, is just exactly that opposite condition to what you call being alive that allows you to be alive.
Well, there's still... Oh, satellite. You are Rosetta. Alright, I think we might have grabbed all the random things here. Alien planet, mesoplanet. I can't go onto this planet, huh? Okay. I guess we're leaving this star system. Your world was destroyed by dishonesty and lies. Oh. You are a feedback cube. Under one dimension. Ooh, new star. How will I ever get back to that gold gate? Eventually the game will recognize what I am and let me continue. Nope. To say something about anything is to pretend it'll be like that forever. And saying something isn't is to pretend it never was. Nothing has to be said, but if it is to be said, let it be the truth. You're in the middle.
One of the first things which everybody should understand
There we go.
is that every creature in the universe that is in any way sensitive and in any manner of speaking conscious regards itself as a human being. That is to say, it knows and is aware of a hierarchy of beings above it and a hierarchy of beings below it. If you take such a tiny creature as a fruit fly, which lives only a few days, it is aware of all sorts of weird little animals and objects and spores floating in the atmosphere which we don't even notice unless we've got a microscope around. And it criticizes them as being inferior animals.
Yes, the game told me to find
and
the gold gate.
all that sort of thing. Whereas human beings are things that it doesn't comprehend. They're as much outside its intellect as a quasar is outside ours. And we see these far-off objects floating in the heavens, and we have only the vaguest idea of what they may be. But there is, I think, a fundamental principle that everybody must understand, and that is the principle of relativity. That is to say that wherever you are, and whoever you are, and whatever you are, you're in the middle. That's the game.
UFO, huh? Pretty cool. Not gonna lie. Wasn't expecting to find that. Dwarf planet, alien planet, sand planet? What's on the sand planet? Rock. Giraffe? Baobab. Different plant. So many plants. It's like this game is trying to make me appreciate plants, but it's not gonna work. Yeah, the shitty sound of a zebra. Everything is either a small baby windmill palm or a big baby windmill palm. There's nothing else. Uh-huh. Despite your best efforts, everything will go on being annoying long after you're gone. Wow, okay. Hey, we got a hedgehog and a kit fox. Welcome to the herd. Armadillo. There's the where you look from.
When you stand and you can see a horizon all around you to exactly the same distance, you're in the center of a circle because your senses extend a certain direction in all directions and therefore give you the impression of being in the middle. Now, everything in the world feels like that. And also it has its own kind, which look natural to it. You see, spiders and hydras and sea urchins and so on don't look very natural to us. We say, well, I wouldn't want to look like that. But they say when they see us, well, what kind of an awful thing is that? And what a lot of nonsense it does. Because the definition of a person is where you look from. And they, you see, in their situation, feel just as cultured as we can possibly feel. And they have their distinctions and their snobberies, just in the same way that we do. Because you see, they dig all sorts of things that we don't even notice. We think a person is cultured because they play the piano or the violin or they read poetry or they have a big library and they have paintings all around and they have a fancy house and so on, and we say, well, there's a person of culture, and we can see at once that this is really some rather elegant human being. But when you get down into the world of fishes, they have exactly the same thing. Only, instead of depending on collecting a lot of books and things like that, it is the precise way, the very subtle wiggles of a tail, the little tremors of vibration that makes one fish a very superior fish as compared with other fish. And all the other fish look at that one and say, oh my, to be like that, what a genius. To be able to do just that little extra thing, see? Because they're very sensitive. Even airplanes in formation can't begin to do what birds and fish can do in their communal swirling dances that they do.
I'm a tooth. So, is ultimately the objective of this game just to find everything? Because as much as I am enjoying this game, I don't know if I would do many streams of it. You don't think so? Okay. Then I will continue on. I need to find the planet that has that golden gate on it so that I can enter it. It was on a green planet, right? Or am I like so far gone from it at this point that it's almost like useless? Pay attention to me. Oh. The game should provide a hint for finding it. I'm not sure if you got it. I don't think I have. It mostly said, like, you can get to... If you can find your way back to it, then you'll be fine. It's like, if you can find your way back to it, you will get the ability to enter it. Is basically what I remember it saying. Oh. Foxglove pollen. There we go. A certain tension.
Here is a very strange thing. That every creature, therefore, which feels that it is human, and which knows that it's there in the same way as you know you're here, experiences being here as constituting a sort of blockage. The sensation of a certain tension which constitutes the feeling of I-ness, of there-ness, of being here. Because after all, every creature is a particular form. Everything is individual. Not only you as a total organism standing here, but all the component cells of your body. Each one of them has some sort of a feeling of its own. And it is individual. You can look at a microscope at the right level of magnification, and you can see that thing there with its own little life. And if you examine the stream of your blood, you'll find it full of all kinds of organisms that are having all sorts of conspiracies and games and plots and eating each other and doing these things that like we do. Only we realize that we wouldn't be healthy as a total organism unless there were all these wars and fights and plots and politics going on between the various cells in our blood. But from their point of view, you see, they feel a little bit put out because they're being organized.
Bird. Spiral Galaxy. World to start by excessive winning. Alright. Okay, alright. Oh, more new things. A medium-sized asteroid. Never mind, a large asteroid. Forgive me for assuming. A ringed green planet? Huh. Kelp. Okay, hello. Trout. Eel. Goldfish. We found the fish! Sea turtle. Baby sea turtles. In anticipation question you haven't asked, there is a clear ending. Gotcha. Then I will continue on. I wasn't sure if this was just all like one very big, you know, experience type game. Where eventually you're like, alright, I think I've gotten it. But if there is in fact an ending.
There is this sensation of practically every living being of constituting a center of tension and of resistance. That is to say, of being a little bit blocked, or shall I say, of being in the way, being in one's own way. Imagine the opposite. Let us suppose, for example, that you got up in the morning with a feeling of total transparency. There's no resistance in your organism to the external world. You just float through it. You're part of it, it's part of you. And just in the same way, for example, that when you see, if you see well, you aren't aware of your eyes. But if there's something wrong with your eyes, and you see spots in front of you, then you are looking at your eyes, and the eyes are getting in your own way. And so in exactly the same way, the perfect form of man is unaware of himself, because he doesn't get in his own way. He is thus, in this sense, completely transparent.
Just an air bubble? Yep. Shrimp. Nope, krill. There were angelfish around here, were there not? Yeah, you. I guess this fish was just slightly too big to join the other ones. Ooh. Are there really things bigger than me? I highly doubt it. Salmon? Salmon. Alright, let's move up. Oh. Cargo? Cargo ship, yep. Cruise ship. Iceberg? Oh, space shuttle. You are Aurora 7. Very cool. Yeah, green continent, sand continent, rock continent. Let's go to the green one. Oh, more unknowns. A yacht. luxury yacht. And more fish. More underwater sea life. I did not mean to. Conch shell? Starfish? Treasure? Ooh, grape. I am the other crab's treasure. Oh my goodness. King crab. Oh, this is that's a snow crab. Ooh. Oh, they're so fast. Can't go smaller. Okay. Oh, no, still so much stuff. Submarine. An astute submarine. There we go. Father sea turtle. More fish. A hover of trout. This is the third different way to classify a large group of fish that I have encountered in this game. Prior to today, I thought it was literally just school of fish was all you needed. Yo, turtle. Tugboat. Speedboat. What have we got here? Shark! Finally! We found the shark! Oh, we have a thought. Of those, how many weekends do you have left? Of those, how much smaller great white shark doesn't matter what? Fighting the external world.
Do you know, if you study your body and its dynamics, you will find that you are fighting all the time. Most people are, some aren't, but most people are fighting the external world all the time. Very many people are afraid that they will fall apart or somehow disintegrate if they don't make efforts to hold themselves together, or else that they will be disintegrated by some outside agency if they're not constantly on the alert like this, all around, you see, to protect themselves. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't do that, but I'm inviting you to become immensely aware of the fact that if you do that at all, that you do it. And that you have, therefore, this sense of being alone, of being a particular, separate form that is unlike any other form on earth. That's just you. And concentrate on that.
Is this the last of my carved wood? You are ridiculously house. I am ridiculously house. I've never been more house than I am right now. Boathouse. The barn. So there are different classifications of buildings. There's buildings, and then there's buildings, parentheses, homes. The rocks know, the trees know, the wind knows. What does it know? What does it know? What will the mourned do when the mourners die too? Maybe you think you'd like to be an elm. It might seem like a better deal than being an orange tree, right? But are you prepared to do what everything an elm does? Have the same discipline as an elm? Have all your friends leave you and many others laugh at you as they laughed at me? Be happy to be Apple Tree. You are everything you need. So right. The inmost depths.
As you focus on that sensation of distinctness, we'll even call this one separateness, the thing to do with all feelings that you don't like is to experience them as deeply as possible
on themselves
and go into the inmost depths of loneliness, and indeed, let us say, the inmost depths of selfishness. Because you see, the sensation of being you, this curious, lonely center of awkward sensitivity, subject to the most peculiar feelings and pains and anxieties and all that sort of thing, All that is an essential prerequisite for feeling something else. These two experiences go together. So what anyone or any being whatsoever who has a sense of centrality, who has a sense of selfhood, who has a sense of identity, that sense of identity is inseparable from something else going on that is defined as not being me, as not being under my control, and that may jump at any time.
Don't forget that you can sing. The game really likes to remind me that I can transform into things and sing. It's like, I'm aware, but like, my goal is just to kind of find things, isn't it? Oh, look at him. I am a tomato. Baseball, key, binoculars. Sport is its own category. There are so many categories. I couldn't imagine trying to collect everything in this game. It feels like it would just be too much of an effort. You would like it to really stop telling me about the settings. Feels like a bug that it didn't recognize you've been there. Yeah, I don't know what to do about it. I can do anything today. For some reason, I feel the zest in the air. That oomph. The realization that now is the time. And it's just the perfect time to take a long, never-ending nap. I need to plug in my headphones. 1 second. Normally, I don't have the luxury of being able to do this, but since it's a mouse and keyboard game, I don't need the micro USB cord for my controller.
What I want you to understand is that these two sensations, one of being the lonely, central, sensitive, vulnerable self, living in the midst of a world that feels other, but is not under your control. I want to try and show you that these two sensations are really one sensation, or rather two aspects of one sensation. You couldn't have the one experience without the other experience. Now, this is a rather good thing to know, because it means that you won't panic if you discover this. People who suffer from chronic anxiety are always in doubt, you see, about this relationship between what I feel as myself and what I feel as something else.
To bee! Oh, I'm a bee! Oh my goodness. Can I have to be or not to be? We are definitely a bee. I also found a butterfly. If I were to ask you what's on your mind, would you be able to answer me honestly, without hesitating? If you can't, what's stopping you? An honest answer is a kiss on the lips. No quiche. More butterflies. Welcome back, Counterfeit. The blue Morpho butterfly. There it is. An elm leaf. More mushrooms. Oh, these are the Mario mushrooms that are super poisonous. Amanita muscara or muscaria. Itty bitty bottle. Large grace. Alright, I think we might have gone through everything here. Alright, we rise. Leaving the green continent, going over to the sand continent. Oh, and find big old jet plane, commercial airliner, or maybe it's time for a rock continent. New homes. Bam. New home birth. Oh, man. The whole thing bugs itself.
Every living being is a manifestation of everything that there is. Crazy. But the thing is that what we do is to try and prevent people from realizing that this is so, by pointing out to them in the most subtle ways their limitations and seeing if we can phase them, make them uncertain, make them unsteady. It's like all sorts of games that you can play where if a person wavers, he loses. But people play that with each other all the time. And the reason they do it is not the reason they think. It is that if everybody were perfectly clear that they were a manifestation of the divine being, nothing very much would happen. But so as to keep everybody a little bit unclear about it, the whole thing bugs itself and creates these little doubts. So what we're beginning with is these little doubts, you see, these sensations of blockage, of not being very sure of yourself, but knowing very much indeed that you are yourself and that you're alone and it's all up to you. That terrible feeling of responsibility. So what I'm trying to point out to you is if you intensify that feeling and bring it to its highest pitch, you will immediately realize that you are aware of it only by virtue of the entire sensation of something else. Something defined as not you. So the feeling of not you and the feeling of you are relative. They go together, and you can't have the one without the other. And if you can't have the one without the other, that means there's a secret conspiracy between the two. They are really the same, but pretending to be different. Because the whole idea is if there wasn't a difference, you wouldn't know anything was happening. There'd be just yourself echoing back at you, you see? And you'd feel like a madman in a hall of mirrors, where everything you went was just yourself, you see, in all directions, just you. Well, that's no fun.
But I'm kind of learning that right now, aren't I? That I am everything? Is that kind of like the whole point of the game? That I'm experiencing at the moment? Big bamboo. Pagoya? Is that? Yeah. Pagoda. And these are Torii gates. I haven't spoken to anyone in weeks. I think my brain is turning in on itself. I'm imagining things, hearing voices, seeing Montgomery palms. None of this is real. None? Oh. I am a pickaxe. Pandas! Weasel. Or ferret. Otter. That's an otter? Mountain lion? The interplay of difference.
You may think that I'm speaking in favor of some kind of schizoid, pluralistic universe. No, the whole point is this, that difference and every kind of variety of differentiation is the way through which unity is discovered. And the fact that men and women, for example, as a primordial kind of difference, never can really understand each other is tremendously exciting. Because that's a way by which something happens. If it makes a difference, then it's there. If it doesn't make a difference, it doesn't matter. And what doesn't matter doesn't exist, because it has no matter. So when you get this extreme sense of your own existence as a rather painful fact in the middle of everything else, the everything else feeling and the you feeling are two poles of one and the same process. So that the real you is what lies between these poles and includes both of them. This is one of the oldest ideas in the universe, that the universe is the interplay of difference, and the primordial difference is between up and down, back and front, black and white, is and isn't, male and female, positive and negative.
Haha! Trilobite? Horseshoe crab. We can go smaller. Oh, what am I? Some kind of plant, apparently. Crab. Just a couple of crabs scuttling around on the bottom of the ocean. Don't mind me. Mussels. Oysters. How is two big-ass crabs smaller than a horseshoe crab? Are horseshoe crabs much bigger than I am aware of? Crocodile? Or am I a gator? I'm a gator. How could I not tell? Hippo? I know other things are different, but I treat them like other Yucca gloriosas. I can't help it. Typical Yucca gloriosa behavior, am I right? They think everything's about them. Hyena. Oh. Stepped pyramid. Is it breathing you?
Do you know somehow how you surprise yourself? For example, when you feel your own pulse, and you suddenly feel this life going on in you. which you're not willing. You say you have the belly rumbles, and you didn't intend to have the belly rumbles, and suddenly it happened. Is this something you're doing? Or is it merely something that's happening to you, as if it was raining and the rain was happening to you? Consider breathing. Are you breathing, or is it breathing you? Well, you can feel it either way. You can decide to breathe and feel that you're breathing in just the same way that you walk when you want to. On the other hand, when you forget about breathing altogether, it still goes on. And so it seems to be something that happens to you. Which is it? What enables you to make a decision? When you decide, do you first decide to decide? Or do you just decide? Now, how do you do that? Nobody knows, you see?
Mosquito. Ooh. Oh, new atom. Carbon, potassium. What kind of seeds are these? Barley. Different atom. Carbon. We're going down, baby. Oh ho. And just like that, I'm... What even am I? A zonohedron. Okay, let's go back here. And then find this. Bam. There I am. A dead pixel. Under one dimension. If I just keep running, how far does this go? Like this effect. I'm just gonna keep running and hold down the call button. Thank you, Zeldy. Aha! I seem to have collected all of the 3D structures. Now, we turn into something else. What if we bring some planets here? There we go. Everything has no dimensions. driller. Will I still be... Huh. The extraordinary pattern.
That's a funny thing. We can experience ourselves through and through as something that just happens.
You are a line. A 2D
But look at it this way.
object.
If you feel your body, your skin, the solidity of you, and regard what marvelous eyes you have, which are the power which generate light and color out of all these electrical quanta in the external world. And these ears, these beautiful shells that you wear on the side of your head, with their little spiral bones, the cochlea inside, you know, all that. It's marvelous. But you don't feel responsible for this. I don't know how it's made, if it is made. But it's you. That's what you are. That extraordinary pattern.
Extraordinary. Let's go to the Diffuse Nebula. A large neutron star. Thank you. Nothing to see here. Move along. Move along, sir. Nothing to see here. No. Ah. I have not ascended. Stones. Oh, I am somewhere entirely new. What are you guys? What are these guys? These are right brews. Yeah. For sure. No self without other.
The extraordinary thing is, you see, that this is you. This extraordinary, marvelous arabesque of tubes of bones and cartilage and myriads of interconnecting electronics and nervous systems and everything wonderful. But you can feel it, all of it, as if it was just happening to you. But if you want to feel it that way, then you've got to go the whole way, and you've got to feel that your decisions just happen to you. And that the thing that you call yourself, to which things happen, is just something that happens. You don't know how you manage to be an ego, how you happen to be conscious. That just happened too. So happenings happen to a happening. When you get that way, that's a very interesting road to run. But you can try the other way. You can extend it and say, now look here. If I really am my eyes, although I don't understand them, I mean, let us say I can't describe it in words, this is me. It's an extraordinary thing, but it is. But I don't understand how it happens. But then, you see, that's the whole point. If you will accept the idea that you are your own eyes, and your own heart, and your own ears with that wonderful spiral cochlea inside, and all these amazing gadgets here. You're all that. Now, therefore, by a little extension of the imagination, you can very well see that if all those subtleties inside you feel other than your conscious ego, but nevertheless are one with it, the same argument will go for all the other things going on around you. The sun shining, the stars twinkling, the wind blowing, and the great ocean restlessly pounding against these cliffs. That's you too. You don't control it, of course, because there has to be something about you you don't control, or you wouldn't be you. Because to understand the principle of relativity is there's no self without other.
More alien stuff. One of these awful birds that are definitely not birds. Alien continent. Is this alien continent different than the last alien continent that I was just on? I guess so. Hello? Oh, we found Entrain. They're like deer, but no, they're not. Somehow. They're like palette swapped, you see. But this alien continent. Nah, it seems like it's a lot of the same stuff. Mesoplanet. Green planet. Down we go. Different sailing boat. Nothing new. New buildings, okay. Trash. Oh, whoa, whoa. can't make a mistake. I mean, that's not true. That's objectively not true. Why did it not start? I must have accidentally, like, swallowed it up or something. I do like it whenever the music kicks in. It's very ambient. Does a good job of setting whatever vibe they're going for. It's a good score. It does a good job of just like getting you into this like fugue state, which this whole game kind of feels like it's aiming to do. Got yourself into a trance a bunch. Yeah, it's pretty easy to just kind of get lost in whatever is going on here. This game is, without a doubt, vibes. Seems like it'd be like a good way to almost meditate. What's a funny vacation this whole thing is. I barely arrived here, and now I need to pack my bags and head back to Oak Heaven. Hope you fare better than me, friend. White parasols will hate and praise one another, bowing and then waiting on the first opportunity to trample on each other's head. That is just the world we're born into. It's neither good nor bad. Ram? Antelope. Can't be the merry-go-round? There we go. It's like, that doesn't seem right. I'm pretty sure you can be everything in this game. I saw football. I should never ask the question, can I not be that? Because that's just incorrect. Hat. Opened attire. Good, new category uncovered. Like meditation for individuals with ADHD. Yeah, for sure. Where you're just like, I gotta categorize everything. I gotta put it all into its own neat little boxes. And then, you know, you realize that seems like a futile effort considering how much stuff is in this game. This is life, and in it you must take your stand. In good temper and without disdain, Always aware that a spruce's worth is not greater than its ambition. Things which find the inward in the outward go deeper than those who only find the inward in the inward. Seagull. Oh, man. Eucalyptus. See you. You can't make a mistake.
You have to regard yourself as a cloud. Because you see, clouds never make mistakes. Did you ever see a cloud that was misshapen? No, they always do the right thing. Now, so as a matter of fact do we, because we are natural beings, just like clouds and waves. Only we have complicated games which cause us to doubt ourselves. But if you will treat yourself for a while as a cloud or wave, and realize that you can't make a mistake, whatever you do, because even if you do something that seems to be totally disastrous, it'll all come out in the wash somehow or other. Then, through this capacity, you will develop a kind of confidence. And through confidence, you will be able to trust your own intuition. Only the thing that you have to be careful about, and many people fall into trouble here, is that when they take the attitude that I can't possibly make a mistake, they overdo it. Which shows that they don't really believe it. So a lot of people come on, so you put on the weirdest, filthiest clothes, and you go and steal things, and all kinds of things like that. That's overdoing it. That shows that you haven't learned. You're overcompensating. Because before you were told to do this, do that, and the other, and watch, and be self-conscious and nervous, and so on. And so you just go to the other extreme. But this is the middle way of knowing it has nothing to do with your decision to do this or not. Whether you decide that you can't make a mistake, or whether you don't decide it, it's true anyway. That you are like cloud and water. And through that realization, without overcompensating in the other direction, you will come to the point where you begin to be on good terms with your own being and to be able to trust your own brain.
Plankton? You what? Amoeba Proteus. Maybe it'll stop giving me that message if I just put it in easy mode. Great. It was in easy mode for a bit. Now maybe it'll stop giving me that message. Like it wanted me to see easy mode or something. Nope. Doesn't matter. I'm not... Maybe it's registering my mouse as a one button mouse for some reason. Even though it's not. How did I get here? What do I do? This is so lame. What fundamentality is?
Everything in the world, knives and forks, tables and chairs, trees and stones, are indescribable. We can't say anything about everything. Because in order to say something about something and state it logically, you have to be able to put it in a class. Now, classes are intellectual boxes. When you play games like animal, vegetable, and mineral, you've got there 3 boxes. And when you come to think of it, you don't know what any 2 of those boxes are really without the third, or especially you don't know any one without another. Because in order to have a box, there must be what's inside the box and what's outside the box. And then by this method of contrast, we can make a logical discussion about things. But then, when you come to something which is completely all-inclusive, to what fundamentally is, then you're without a box, and you can't talk logically. Of course, you can distinguish is from is not, but only in a very limited way, as I can say, I have a pen in my left hand, I do not have a pen in my right hand. And from this we abstract the idea of to be and not to be, is and isn't. But when we consider being with a capital B, this includes not only such ises as celestial bodies, but also such isn'ts as the space that encompasses them. And these 2 go together.
Old desert building. Okay. That's part of the yurt. Gotcha. Plants generally like the sun, but not me. I'm so over it. Tired of the sun. Okay. This game automatically saves, I'm guessing, right? It feels like a type of game that just kind of lets you exit. Because, like, how would you really go about saving? You don't think it does? You would save manually, okay. I've gotten 40% of the things in 4 hours. Jesus. Save and exit. Okay. Cool. All right. Interesting game so far. Can't really say I've played anything else similar to it. Intrigued to see exactly where this all goes when all is said and done. But I guess that's something that we will find out on the weekend. So I will be back on Saturday? Yeah, it's Wednesday. Who am I sending you to? You probably know the answer to that question already. That's right, it's the Brungo, who's playing a cool-looking Metroidvania called Wuppo. Maybe I will pick myself up that one as well at some point, but who knows. Anyway, hope you all have a good rest of your